Hey everyone, it's Known, here to give you a little post-commentary on a little off-screen adventure I went on while we were streaming Deltarune. So, if you've been watching the channel, you know right before Deltarune came out, I was streaming Expedition 33, and while streaming Expedition 33, I repeatedly claimed I wasn't going to do any side content until I got the last character, because that last character is a blue mage type. And so I figured, hey, I might be able to get some extra skills if I waited. So I did exactly that. We did a straight playthrough up to the point that you get Monoco. And it actually got pretty challenging, because I think I was under-leveled for a decent amount of the back half of that part of the playthrough. Like, up to the Stone Wave Cliffs and stuff like that. And the battlefield and Monoco Station. I feel like those sections were actually pretty tough. And so we got to Monoco Station, he joined the party, and then I said, okay, I'm gonna go do some side quest stuff off screen, and then once Deltarune's done, we'll resume our playthrough and move forward with the plot, because all the side stuff up to this point will be done. And when I said that, I had thought it'd be like an afternoon, right? I thought, oh, I'll just run through the back areas, beat up some different enemy types, get some moves from Monoco, and then do the couple of areas that are available that were optional that I kind of ran past, like Yellow Harvest. Guys, I had 19 hours of footage, and it took 3 different sessions for me to do all this stuff. I had no clue how much stuff you could actually do, even despite only having the swimming ability on SEA. Like, I couldn't go past the coral reefs, couldn't fly, and yet I found 19 hours of footage, somehow, for the backtracking and optional areas. So, I made a highlight reel here. This is a almost 5-hour video. That's just the highlights. It's mostly just, hey, here's the enemies I fought to pick up some skills, some white Nevrons I found, some of those little one-off areas that have like an item for you. We'll take a look at those. Some gestural beaches. And then the rest of the footage is just me fighting things that are supposed to be way later in the game with my current levels and skills and Picto access and winning. I did it all. I did it all, motherfuckers. It doesn't matter if it said danger on that area or not. I went in there and I boldly proclaimed, give me all your shit. And that includes Frozen Heart. Yes, I haven't taken a step forward since getting Monoco, but I have beaten Frozen Heart. So that should tell you what to expect in this video here. I'm not going to be commenting the entire time. I'll put a little commentary in on the different fights and sections and stuff like that. But, you know, I didn't have 19 hours of commentary to be able to provide, and 5 hours is a lot too. A lot of the fights, especially in the back end here, are 20 to 30 minute fights. You know what I mean? And it's just like, learn the fight, don't get hit at all, because everything one-hits you. Except, take a look. What did I just get here? I just got Crawler Barrier. And let me tell you, if you want to do something similar to what I'm doing, this is the absolute required ability. Because what Crawler Barrier will do is it'll put 2 shields on an ally, and if it's a green mask, it'll also give them some AP. The shields are what's really important. See, if you're playing in the same playstyle as I am, where you're maxing out luck and agility first, and really not focusing on...
Epsilon. We radioed our first report to Gamma.
And really not focusing on
Alpha will be on radio
defenses,
for a few days as they investigate.
you're going to get one shot. Even if you focused on defenses, in some of the late game areas that I went into on the side here, you're still going to get one shot, so it doesn't matter. You really do need to max out for damage if you want to do this type of route, I think. But what shields do, if you're new to the game or don't understand, shields will absorb a hit regardless of how much damage it does. So by putting like 2 shields up at once, that character can take 2 hits no matter how heavy they are. And the thing that really keeps you from using your skills to trunge deep into high level areas that are technically accessible early in the game, is the fact that you don't get the opportunity to learn the combo strings of the tough enemies. You get hit once, and then you're dead, and then you don't know if you're actually learning the timing for the other hits. Shields let you do that. They let you make a mistake and still learn and, like, iterate on that so that you learn to parry those things significantly faster. I don't think there are certain areas I don't think I would have ever been able to get through sheer skill if I didn't have that buffer to learn how to parry the attacks. So if you want to do a kind of a challenge like this, I didn't even intend for this to be a challenge, it just ended up being that way. But if you intend to do that, absolutely get Crawler Barrier on your rotation. There's a couple other items that are going to be absolutely vital. Once you see them, you'll understand why. But, yeah. So we just got some... I also kept Expedition recordings. I know we just saw one there. I may have talked a bit over it. And there's the meadow, one of the one-off areas. There's a couple Burjons over on the world map. You're going to need to at least beat one Burjon for a side quest. And there's usually some decent stuff behind them. There's not much to say about the Burjon fights. They are big, but they are not actually that scary. They'll eat somebody and reduce your available actions per turn. But besides that, they're not tough. If there's ads, I focus on taking the ads out first. There is a pretty good ability I get from the Cloud guy in this fight here. It basically just provides AP to the team. I focus on AP in my Pictos, so I don't find it incredibly necessary. But if you're focusing on some other element in your Pictos setup, it's pretty good. And Rocher here, we think we already picked up the ability, but he does a multi-hit break move. There's a lot of moves that can break on green. The problem is that Rameshir Bonk is so much better than all of them. Rameshir Bonk, I don't think I actually have a clip of me getting it here. I think I got it right before I may have made a cut. But it's just the little dude that's carrying around a leg that he slaps you in the knee with. That ability is an agile one, so it's like most of the agile abilities I've gotten don't seem very good. That one seems worth it. It doesn't do damage. You're not doing it to do damage. It does break damage. It does decent break damage, and more importantly, when you use it with the mask on, it does 20% of the break bar. And since that is a percent-based damage, it makes enemies with huge HP and break gauges actually breakable multiple times per fight. And against something like a Burjon here, it means they threw up the third fighter. You don't need that to happen to beat them. Honestly, their actual attack patterns are not that difficult. You just gotta get used to blocking the miasma slightly earlier than it should feel, and you'll be fine. And then his actual, wing attacks are fine. But as you can see, it's still one-hit kills here. Exhaust is definitely a tough status effect to deal with, but it is what it is.
More like it. Why, yes, I need another dance. Your turn to dance. Time to end this.
Here we go, the Abyss Cave. So this is an early side area you could go to. If you're really good, you can do it right off the bat. Like I said, I intentionally avoided the side areas. I might have been able to do this, but who knows. I definitely can do it now with my current skill level in level of strength. So this is basically an Abyss that's got some, you know, unique attacks to it. He definitely feels different from a regular Abyss, but his mechanics are not that crazy. Some of these chromatic fights have gimmicks to them. They're not just different attacks and stronger. They're gimmicked fights, which are fun. They're like almost little mini games in addition to being a fight. But as I've shown before, the crawler barrier is the key to just going into a fight you haven't done before and learning it. It gives you an opportunity to survive long enough to learn the patterns. Honestly, this guy is not too tough. I don't really have too much to say here. I'm using Dual Liso with Verso for the double turns. When I do get the ability Follow Up, this works really well with it. The damage cap, of course, prevents it from being too powerful. But I've got a pretty good idea that the Follow Up attack is going to be very, very good late game. Especially with what I've gotten near the end of this video. But yes, any mistake that's not shielded is death. So we really need to rely... Monoco, he could be doing damage, but really, what he's really good for is support. And breaking. He's good at support and breaking, which, honestly, dude, he's kind of the best character. Like, Verso can do so much damage. Mael can do so much damage. Monoco can do damage too, if he feels like it. Maybe not as many hits on some attacks. Maybe not as much of a multiplier as Virtuo's stance, but he can do the damage, and I get some abilities that really, really escalate him, and actually provide a good reason to save some of the side quests. Like, I'll say that most of the side quests don't need to be saved. Monoco's going to get most of his abilities just by backtracking after you get him. But there is definitely one area where I think you absolutely should wait until Monoco's joined the party, because the abilities you get are so good, so useful, and I bet they don't show up for quite a while in the rest of the game because of the type of enemy you get it from.
Disaster expedition. What lovely feet.
Monoco, parry! Anja! You can't escape. Blades sharp. This and precision.
Let's cover path. My cup is full. A bit of violence, yes. Monoco, get ready. Sweet tasting battle. Time to end this. Not impressed. Time to bleed. Time to bleed.
Flames rain.
My turn. Cut him down. Phantom stars.
Vessel dodge.
Watch out, Mael. Time to bleed.
Finesse and grace. Let's spill some ink.
Time to end this. Phantom stars.
I do some of the coral area stuff here. Like I said, there's some new enemy types. I don't think almost any of them provide an ability that I found particularly useful or interesting. There's the balloon guy, there's the brawler, there's the, what are they called, reavers, there's the, like, the knife guys.
Let's carve a path. Break. Good stuff.
There is also this chromatic troubadour. And this feels like a chromatic you definitely could fight when you first got to the area. But yeah, I don't think I struggled too much with him. He probably would be one-hit killing and stuff like that. But I really didn't give him much chance during this fight. And based on the EXP gain and stuff, yeah, he's definitely meant more to be fought. I guess I hadn't fought the Troubadour in the battlefield on the way back, so I got the ability for beating him here, too. And it's okay. I think it's kind of a trap option, because you really want to purposely be applying buffs. Like, if you're going to apply a buff, you better have Pictos that work off of it to make it more than just spending a turn applying a buff. Because there's abilities Monoco gets that will apply buffs to the party while also doing damage. So it just straight out classes them.
Well, that will help.
And then we have Lil Bourgeon. I can't say his name any different. He's Lil Bourgeon! Look at him. He's just a Lil Bourgeon. And if you've beaten a Bourgeon up to this point, you can pretty much instantly finish his little quest. He wants to be a cannibal so he can get big. But he's too small to win a fight, so you have to give him... I guess you just kind of carved off a chunk of a Bourgeon. The coral off of their back, and he eats that. And he grows big. The Bourgeon talks about a mistress and a regent, and kind of talks about them differently, but also similar. That's kind of interesting. I'm trying to get what they're talking about here, but You know, it's supposed to be more of a hint to something than a reveal, obviously. Someone up in the sky, though. Someone up in the sky.
Expedition 53, Lilu. Dominique's other injuries are manageable, but she's been in a coma for 2 weeks with no change. Fuck. What do we do? We can't just leave her here. But what about the mission? Lance says give her 1 more week, but Dom would have wanted us to go on. She'd have yelled at us for even staying this long. It's the right choice. It is. Even if it doesn't feel like it, right? Right? Pons found a plant, tested it on some animals, says it'll be painless for Dom. He's preparing a tincture. It's fucked up. Everything's fucked up. But it's what she would have wanted.
Then we have the Gestural Beach. This area took me a bit longer than I would like to admit. Not terribly long, but it took a number of tries. I ended up switching over to Mael when I did it. It just felt a little bit easier. I can't imagine doing this with Monoco as your player controller because he's got that big backpack. It's hard to see. I felt like I just understood the motions a little bit better with Mael. Like where I would jump and where I would land and stuff. That's just how I ended up. But yeah, it's tricky. The rolling is tough. You kind of don't want to roll if you can avoid it, but I don't understand completely how to control that. But yeah, you know, a game is really good when it has a little piece that sucks. The platforming sucks a little bit in this game, and it just makes this little area so much funnier to have to go through. But we're gonna make our way through and get ourselves a nice reward at the end. A nice little reward.
sovnade. O maleficio nagomilula. Ah, tule, come willow, fosse kito. Come willa, fosse lito. O maleficio nagomilula. Tole woke, wambayo, solo fate. Come willa, fosse lito. O maleficio nagomilula. Tula fosovnade. O maleficio ni sogega willow. Tula fosovnade. Tole woke.
Then we have the secret gestural arena. So you can actually go here before you go to the gestural village, which is kind of funny because I think you fight these same guys much weaker in the gestural village. But this is definitely an area worth hitting up. I probably wouldn't wait to do this. I would do this as soon as you can. I wouldn't wait until you get Monoco to do this one. Because there's no abilities for him, and the Pictos you get are really useful. Specifically, what you get is a bunch of Pictos that power you up when you're solo. So the way I would use these, I guess if you're doing a solo character challenge, you could do this. But also, I just put both the Luminos for all of them on both of the people in the reserve team. With the logic of this. Once you've gone to the reserve team, you're out of revives, most likely. Unless you have a revive on Luna in the reserve team. I guess an ability. In that case, both of them have a 50-50 shot of triggering those abilities the next time someone gets hit, basically. Which means that you're almost definitely going to need them in the most vital moment of the fight if you get put back to your reserve team, and it'll help a lot. Especially since those characters are probably... You could be distributing your Lumina equally. I don't think that's a very smart way to do it, because the honest answer is you're not using your reserve team that much. You're using them on some boss fights where you've gotten near the end and you've still lost, and also there isn't an ability for Monoco to miss. So if all those boxes are checked, you'll use your reserve team, right? And in that case, why not have them be, you know, a little bit stronger? None of these fights are particularly crazy. I do find whatever his name, Big Feet, really funny because he doesn't do any kick attacks. Well, he does. He has one kick attack, but it's like he does way more punches than kicks, and that's really funny to me. Tiny Head Julian Tiny Head's got a couple like mix-ups and made you flinch attacks, but honestly, I did so much damage. These guys just didn't last very long. I did enjoy beating up the other Gestrals with Monoco. He's just really good at it.
Oh, really? My, what lovely feet. Fitted legs.
Ok. Tole woke, wambayo, solo fate.
Getting spicy. That's more like it. love a dance.
Mamma, oui, là, faut... Ok. Mingo. Oh, ni soge gawilo.
Foolish move. Violence. What lovely feet.
Oh, le woke, wamba, kula fosof nabe. Oh, ni soge gawilo.
All right. Next up, I really truncated this. It's a whole ass area. It's Yellow Harvest. So this area is definitely the biggest side area that I feel like they definitely expect you to come here before Stonewave Cliffs. This is the area I would super recommend waiting until after you get Monoco. You get multiple really good abilities here. Two of which I think you will not get till late game otherwise. And you absolutely do want to get at least one of these abilities. The other two are good, and you could take or leave them, but one of them is basically the best ability I've gotten on Monoco, and that's including going into these late game areas and stuff. So these Galts, or whatever they're called, they actually give you a really good normal mask, like red mask ability. It does multiple hits, good damage, and applies mark. The normal attacks I found most of them are just kind of okay. Yeah, I would definitely recommend using this ability instead of the Chevalier one. I don't feel like the Chevalier one actually does enough damage, despite the number of hits. Maybe if you hit the damage cap with Chevalier, it's better, but I think Galt here actually takes the lead. I do use Abyss Wind a little bit. I don't think it's super worth it because the damage is just not a Galt. They're called Galts, my bad. Anyway, Galt is my new standard ability that I started using for quite a while. It's also physical damage. You don't have to worry about it being absorbed. There's a couple different expeditioners journals you can get here as well. There's a goofy one about trying to hide and it don't work.
Nicholas,
So people just giving up and living out here.
the idea.
I've
is
kept
only
the full
to
text
fool
of all
first
the
one,
expeditions so you guys can
then
read them.
Jules can wear its carcass to trap the next, and so on, until we all have proper cover. But disguising ourselves as Nevrons has proven to be extremely ineffective, to say the least. Maybe they recognize each other by their chroma. Anyway, it was an utter failure. To any expeditions that follow our trail, do not disguise yourselves as Nevrons. It doesn't work.
Expedition 38, Genevieve. We buried Patrick near the lake, so he could be close to water. I know he really missed the aqua farm and his floating gardens. Clair Obscur thinks it's a waste of time to update these journals, but I find it strangely comforting. I suppose at its core, it's a record that we existed, that we still exist. The Gommage is coming, but I feel at peace. Just the two of us, but we managed to carve out a tiny sliver of a life of our own. I should feel guilty, maybe, for abandoning the mission, but I don't. I'm just glad that when tomorrow comes, it'll be Clair Obscur at my side. Until the end.
Alright. This is the one. So, the regular boss for Yellow Harvest gives Monoco one of his best abilities in the game. Period. I struggle to think of abilities that are this good for this long in the game. I'm sure there's some better late game abilities, but for the mid game, this is going to be one of the best damaging abilities and support abilities in the game. Now, this fight's probably pretty decently difficult if you did it about the time it first showed up, but otherwise, it's not too bad, really. And our attacks do pretty good damage to him.
Let's spill some ink.
The damage cap, of course, is going to be at play here, but still. You can end this fight in not too many turns with a decently set up party. I like how I'm sitting here looking at my abilities thinking, what can I do to optimally fight this thing when it's completely not necessary? My party's going to trounce him.
You're outmatched.
Playing twice is super, super good. Dueliso is basically there to tell you just how good it is. And then make you have a tough decision as none of his other weapons just lets you do that. Even though you get a bunch of weapons that are really good with Verso, them not letting you play twice is so hard to deal with. One thing that's interesting is you get, well, by doing all this side stuff, you get very little of the upgrade materials that let you go from like 10 to 20. You get a ton of the ones that let you go from 20 to 30 or whatever, but so few that I never really was able to power up the weapons. It was mostly just Picto, Lumina, and skills setups that I was able to upgrade. Yeah, everybody countering at the same time does a ton of damage to this boss. Also, Inverted Affinity is just an amazing Picto. For 5 cost, 50% increased damage. The first 3 turns are enough to win almost every random encounter and seriously dent most bosses. Like, it's absolutely worth it. It's not even that you can't heal in the tough fights where you would heal. It's just that you can't heal for a couple turns. And you can still revive yourself. And after you've revived, you can heal them. So even if you do heal in your playstyle, it doesn't really interrupt it that much. I don't heal. So it's perfect for my playstyle. But the damage cap really does limit. There's only so many attack boosting Pictos you need to use before you're hitting the damage limit. And you're not actually getting much out of the Pictos anymore. So I really focused on AP so I can do a bunch of multi-hit attacks. Berserk Slash is pretty good too, if Verso's HP is low, I found. Verso's got so many good abilities, it's kind of hard to fit them all. Like, they're very similar. A lot of them fill the same role. He has some support abilities, but I don't see how you'd be spending your turn. I don't see how you'd be spending your turn with Verso on support when you could do, like, I don't know, 13 hits.
So much power.
So you can tell I'm confident enough in this fight that I don't even feel the need to put up shields. I just keep a shield on Monoco, because Monoco, essentially Monoco is like a Final Fantasy XIV Sage with this shield strategy. And you know what? I'm super down for that. That's my favorite class to play in Final Fantasy XIV is the Sage. I love the shield healer. And I'm gonna guess the developers of this game did too, because of the shield mechanic being so good. So there we go. Now there's actually a second boss in the Yellow Harvest. If you go down instead of leaving, you'll run into these chromatic Orphelins, which we haven't even seen normal Orphelins so far in the game. So these are completely new enemies, so you will get a Monoco ability from them. The one in the middle has the health bar, but they're all about the same strength, it seems like. You just kind of use the sound cue to counter the hammer swing.
Ready to parry.
And then these ones you use, you know, your visual timing, which I did poorly at first, but, you know. Again, this fight isn't too difficult. They apply Blight, which reduces your max HP. But, I mean, just don't get hit, right? Just don't get hit. Technically, I could heal status effects if I felt like it, but I haven't found any of them to be so encumbering that it wasn't worth just keeping on. I haven't found so many that were so encumbering that it wasn't worth just keeping on with the attacks. You know?
Here we go.
Finesse and precision.
Careful now. Your turn to dance. Foolish move. My, what lovely feet. My turn. Your turn to dance. You can do better. It likes you. A bit of violence, yes.
Finesse and grace. You can't escape. Finesse and precision.
Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Why, yes, I'd love a dance. Sweet taste of battle.
So outside of Yellow Harvest, you'll find Lost Woods here. This is just another one of the general, hey, have a nice little landscape, little environmental diorama setup. Yeah, you know what? It's like a diorama. That's kind of the vibe. Like you're walking, like you're looking into a snow globe, you know? That's what these areas kind of feel like. But there's not much to say about it, really.
What have we here?
Great.
Next up, we hit the Gestural, path to the Gestural Village. The Ranger Sakabatot gives you an ability. More importantly, the Catapult Sakabatot gives you one. This is probably one of the best blue skills from Monoco. One of the best caster mask abilities. So what it does is medium lightning damage 3 times. I was training auto def on Verso. By the way, if you want to level up if you want to learn auto def, you do have to revive the character. So make sure you're running into fights you don't instantly win. You have to be able to revive him first. But what it does, it's going to do 3 lightning damage hits. It says medium. The damage level descriptors in this game are all over the place. They don't mean shit. Never look at those as a reference. If it's low, it's probably telling you the truth, but the rest of them, it could be anything.
Still need your help.
But it's 3 hits, so multi-hit, so that's already good. And if you get a critical, it actually hits twice. So that's better than it even sounds, right? So if you do regular damage, or if you crit, you're doing double damage, and then you do another hit. So at minimum, you're actually doing triple damage per hit. But the extra hit can also crit, so you're able to do quadruple damage with this attack if you crit all of the strikes. That's 6 quadruple you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Sorry, it's 6 double damage hits. That's really, really good. The only thing it's not good against is other Gestrals, because it seems like all Gestrals have lightning resistance because they're wooden. I find that lightning resistance is actually it's not uncommon, but it's not pervasive the way fire and ice. There's whole areas where fire and ice are worthless. Lightning is pretty good in some areas and worse in others. I found that earth, however, is really reliable, which also makes the Glaze Earthquake ability all that much better. That triple damage, often hitting the damage cap on all enemies and applying powerful to the entire party. What an amazing ability. It also does, despite not saying it's a break damage attack, it does more break damage than the other green break damage attacks, just by sheer damage output and multi-hit. So it's actually a really great raise the break gauge ability. It won't break the enemies, but it will raise the gauge a shit ton. So it's just kind of the best green attack ability. It just kind of is, at least for now. Monoco has this little ability with Golgra.
Sweet taste of battle.
It's a much, much weaker version of her. You can do it for fun. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't seem to do anything particular.
Time to bleed.
Me respecto. Mira pono idioto. Amici sei responsibile.
What else we have? We also have the other Burgeon that's over by Stonewave Cliffs. I don't really have too much to say about this. It's basically the same fight with a couple different ads. And with some more sweet loot behind it. And, oh, there's a Lost Gestural. Oh, right, the Lost Gestrals. Right. So I made a fatal mistake. I made a fatal mistake, which we will disclose later.
Ready to strike.
Ah, l'autre comment non? Oh, oui, là. Ah, l'autre qui dort.
But here we are running through Stonewave Cliffs. There's a decent number of abilities here. The Hexagon guys give you Hexa Crush. I feel like if I hadn't already gotten the Glaze ability, it'd be really good. But since I did, I don't give a shit. But maybe you already beat Glaze and you lost that opportunity. Well, there you go. It's a pretty decent ability with Break. I'm pretty sure it has got Break.
Here we go. My, what lovely feet.
Henrik. Finesse and precision.
The Cultists, however, have a really good ability. They have a really good ability. It does dark damage, and it's pretty much going to hit the damage cap 3 times on all enemies. In exchange for reducing your HP down to 1, or like 10% or something like that. This would be the best green ability if you don't get Glaze. But Glaze does the same amount of damage, doesn't hurt you, and makes the rest of your team do more damage. And does a ton of break damage. So, Glaze is a straight-up upgrade to this ability, at least while the damage cap exists. I don't know how they compare without it.
Here we go.
But, if you don't have it, I'd recommend trying it out. The other cultists give you an ability too. I haven't really tested that much.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
We have the Red Woods area. This is basically a chroma sync to get a white Nevron, who will give you 1 Picto that if you're playing my playstyle, you probably won't even use. But if you have a defensive playstyle, it might be worth the chroma you're dumping in here. I think the white Nevrons do something else later, but we'll find out when that actually gets told to me. For now, though, if you don't have the total amount, it gives you nothing. So don't pour in the chroma until you have the, like, I don't know what it is, 180 total chroma you might need for it. I don't 180,000. It's like 100,000, 50,000, 30,000. It's a lot of chroma to just be handing away that you could use to buy shit. So save this for when you have more chroma than you know what to deal with.
I found it quite interesting.
Otherwise, because it just doesn't give you much for it, honestly. In the end, you're getting an expensive Picto. And an enemy I guess you can fight later.
Isabel of 36. Winter souls drift through the night and land soft upon the moonlit vale, whose snowy shrouds hold tight the hope I'd whispered once long ago. Golden folds adorn the stems, a maze our eyes beg to follow, a meditation of winding curves. Deep they flow to center, where lie the edges of another verse, another maze of golden stems and shadows. A sea of pebbles shifting, a wave, a wave, a wave of rock and sand. As sand falls upon our heads, and our heads sink beneath the waves. Along the darkened shores we sink, a pebble in the sea. The rising wind rolls through fragrant stalks of feathergrass. Their delicate aroma, a balm, their gentle susurrus, a lullaby for my aching heart.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
Well, that will help.
Here's the fatal mistake. I found those gestural kids. And I'm like, oh, I'll go report this and get an item or whatever he gives me, right? And then I see that thing next to him, and I screamed. I understood exactly what was about to happen. Here, I'm going to give you the ability to break these blue tree roots. Folks, I just backtracked through the entire game. I just finished backtracking through every area in the game, running past these things. I thought, it'll be a while before I get this ability, so I might as well do it. Nope, I could have had the ability before I backtracked the first time. So that just doubled, because I don't know exactly where they were. So that just doubled how much time I was going to have to spend in the old areas, knowing that, like, I couldn't even get skills in most of them. I screamed. It was so, it was so frustrating. Don't do any backtracking until you've gotten that ability, period. Chromatic Jar. This guy's a cool fight. I really love the mechanic in this fight. The way he sends out the waves, you jump over, but they also come back, and he mixes in the regular attacks. Very, very cool fight. I already got his Monoco ability, so that's not to be gotten here. But he's just a cool fight. Really enjoyable. And I think he's pretty doable, like, when you first encounter him. His attacks are going to kill you, but he's like a mini... Like I said, this is one of the, like, chromatics that feel like a mini game. More than a just straight up, you know, regular boss fight. Very fun. There is...
Here we go. That's more like it. Watch out, my hell. The sweet taste of battle. Shout my L. What to choose?
Sharpened. Let's dance. Let's spill some ink. Flames that rage.
Let's carve a path. Let him start.
Jarum is a pretty decent looking weapon, but I still think my Elum is probably better. If Jarum was higher level when you got it, I probably would have switched to it. So there's this manor door out on the world map. And you can get a couple things. I think you'll get like a tent upgrade and stuff like that in here. The manor is neat. I feel like the progress you make in it is so incremental that I wish there were just fewer entrances to it, period. And the ones you do have just had way more rooms connected. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to do this 15 times. I could do this 5 times and think it's a very cool area. You know? There is a globe in the room, which is kind of neat.
Useful.
And then we have the painting workshop. The second one was fine. The first one I found to be very annoying to platform. So annoying that I didn't want to even look at the footage. I think I cut it. This is the entire time in here, so you guys see me fail a lot as compared to like the gestural one, beach one. I don't know why I found this area so frustrating to navigate. It's cool looking, but there's like basically nothing here for you. I feel like you have to come back here several times through different entrances in order to get a boss fight against the lamp enemy, like a souped up version of the lamp enemy. At least that's what it seems like. But when you're actually going here before you've unlocked that, it doesn't feel like you're getting anything for doing it. So it's kind of weird that way. Stone Wave Cliffs Cave. So this is a little side area. It's kind of neat. There's basically just a couple items and a chromatic here. It's one of these little weird little mid-sized areas. It's not like the Yellow Harvest, but it's also not like a one-screen area. It's just kind of a long room with a chromatic boss in it. And there's a couple different things like this. Maybe not chromatic bosses, but like bosses.
Theoretically of the 54th. We're born into a social contract, the terms of which are preset. We can neither negotiate nor decline. Our very first breath, that first wail as an infant, was deemed our consent. Before we can speak, before we even understand what it is that we're born into, we're bound. Lumiere operates a certain way. It favours a certain group and a certain outcome. And if you question the council, well, the council is going to question you. Push too hard to change things, and you just might end up on the next expedition. So, nothing ever changes. They just send us out to die, dissent us, and the status quo continues. At least out here, I don't have to pretend anymore. I don't bear the others any ill will. They have good intentions. But I'm not here for the painters. I'm here to build a new Lumiere.
I actually was confused by this fight for a bit. I didn't understand that they wanted you to actually shoot the crystal. I thought that was just part of his regular mechanic, and it wasn't preventable. So, if you're having trouble with this fight, yeah, you do need to just keep shooting his crystal until it goes back to its starting state. It's kind of hard to tell if you've done it enough or not. Like, I don't know. I feel like this fight could be telegraphed a little bit better. Like, even though they do a whole attack, like, animation thing and say it, like, okay, white wasn't the bottom. You can actually break him by hitting it more. It's like it took me a couple characters shooting at him to figure out if that was the case or not. He's not a tough fight if you do this. He's a damn near impossible fight if you don't.
Cut him down.
Because you literally stop damaging him after a certain point, if I remember correctly. Dark Shores. Dark Shores. This is a danger area that is actually dangerous. unlike the redwoods. So this is where you landed when at the beginning of the expedition and all of your teammates got killed. And it's populated with those hand enemies that you saw. They're called Noir. Basically, it's a bunch of them sitting around different items, and if you want the items, you pretty much have to go up and fight them. I was just toying around, and I wanted to see what the picto was in front of these guys. And when I picked it up and read it, I realized it was possible. A switch kind of got flipped, and I'm like, I'm unstoppable now. I can do this. The picto is called in media res, and everything I said about Crawler Barrier applies to in media res. What does it do? It gives you 3 shields at the start of a fight and for half health, which is an amazing trade. Now, it's only on Monoco when I first get it. I haven't learned it, so I have to actually win a fight with these dudes. But it's because I got to put this on and try it while fighting them, I was able to learn their moves. It proved the thesis that Crawler Barrier, like, elicits in the player if they start using it. So even the strongest enemies can be beaten in this game if you have mechanically have set yourself up to have the opportunity to learn their abilities. And this fight is going to demonstrate it. This fight is over 20 minutes long. These enemies each have 800,000 HP. Extremely weird attack timings and combinations. After a few turns, they start powering up every turn, eventually adding a very, very weirdly timed final attack they start doing. It's just incredibly hard, and I spent a couple hours, because every attempt was going to be 20 minutes minimum to win. But let me tell you, once I figured it out, I figured it out. And you'll see just how quickly the shields like compound, because you start with 3, right, on Monoco. He can put 2 on someone else, and then 2 on someone else. And as long as you have learned these attacks and you're parrying, you're building up a bigger and bigger buffer. These guys have a gradient attack, which basically is your one attack that you're not gonna fuck up. The timing on that one is very simple, very telegraphed. You're getting a free turn when they do this. But essentially what happens is that you start being able... So look how weird the timing on this is. You basically want the hand to have collapsed over you for the final hit. But, what's awesome is that even if you mess up, if you start with 3, you know, you got your buffer. If you're blocking almost everything, you're not going for all your shields every turn. And you can just keep putting Crawler Barrier on, or you can power up everyone and do damage to both of them. Good damage to both of them. With Glaze. So with this strategy, I basically am just shooting a bunch, attacking with Verso, just doing whatever I can to get my rank up to S, because I can't win this fight without playing perfect anyway, so you might as well try to maximize your damage. And with Mael, I'm switching between Rain of Fire and Combustion. But I also realized that breaking rules allows you to play twice. And I had the exposing attack on Verso. And I was like, oh, I could have been getting double turns with Mael when he does face attacks on enemies he doesn't kill. So that's exactly what I do.
Get ready. Watch out, Mael. Careful now.
So even if the enemy doesn't have shields, breaking rules has an actual use for the player.
Monoco, get ready. Watch out.
But yeah, we're just gonna rock it. Now, one of the nice things about, like, I've really learned these moves, and I'm still getting hit every once in a while, so that tells you how vital the shields are. But the great thing about Crawler Barrier is that you can just keep stacking the shields. You're not limited to 1 or 2 shields. It'll keep stacking them. So, if you want to be really defensive and not attack at all with Monoco, you absolutely can. And just, you'll make the fight much safer that way. They had so much HP that I didn't want the fight to take forever. So I would alternate between using the barrier and Earthquake when it seemed like I had a suitable opportunity. When they do that bestial combo a little bit later, I started by dodging the last hit because its timing was so weird. But then I realized you can parry right after the sound clip plays for its grunt, and you will counter it. So that's the trick for that one. Use sound for the last hit of the bestial combo.
Let's carve a path.
I don't do it too much in this fight, but one thing I learned is Monoco's gradient attack is way better than Mael and Verso's. It hits twice and does way more damage, and puts him in Almighty Mask, so that you can use whatever skill you want souped up. So basically, after you get to 2 gradients, I always throw in Monoco's gradient attacks. Maybe not in this fight, but going forward, it's something I just learned to do. I save 1 so that I can do an instant break on the enemy with Rama's Sure Bomb. That's a reason to keep one of the gradients around.
Oh well.
But after you start getting more than 1, you know. Now, I know there's higher gradient attacks, but I literally don't have them in this game. I beat these guys with level 1 gradient attacks. It's the strongest thing I've got unlocked. I'd say Monoco and CL have the 2 best level 1 gradients. Versus doesn't seem that great. Mael's really sucks. Like, it puts you in Virtuous Stance? Sure. There's a lot of ways to get into Virtuous Stance if that's what you really want. You don't need to spend Gradient to do that. And you certainly don't need to do, like, less than most of your attacks worth of damage with a Gradient to do it. If she did more damage doing it, it'd be worth it, but it's not, it just isn't.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance. Your turn to shine.
to end this. Cut him down.
The dance begins.
Your turn to shine. I love a dance.
Oh well.
Your turn to dance.
Bring it on.
Your turn to dance. Violence.
Cut him down. Let's have some fun.
Anja! Anja! Flames rain! Please survive!
Get ready.
That's more like it.
Ready to strike. Time to end Watch out, Mael.
Your turn to dance. Your turn to shine.
Flames. Rage.
Your turn to dance.
Maximum damage. Maximum damage. Phantom start.
And so, we finally wipe out the last one.
Dance begins.
I love the, by the way, I just love the design animations for the Noirs. They're so cool. What an intimidating enemy.
Flames. Rage.
And so we get a weapon with Verso. We get like 5 level ups. And we get a level 23 weapon with Verso called Corpeso. And guess what? This thing is definitely worth replacing Dualiso with. So you're only going to attack once, but you're going to put like 10 burn on the enemy and do more damage than... Like, you're going to just do damage anyway through the burn you're applying. It's so good. Also, it helps Mael if she's in the team. And it's just so raw powerful. You know? Even your shots do good damage now. Just an absolutely amazing upgrade. And once you've beaten these guys once and got in media res and Corpeso, gone up 5 levels from having done so, you realize you kind of just broke your limiter. Like, okay, now there's really nothing in the game that I can't, like, feasibly challenge if I can do this. And I understood that, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll take a look at Frozen Heart before this is all over with. Maybe I'll even look at Sprong, you know, like, damn. I didn't go for the other items. I didn't want to like give myself a shit ton of levels for like just to get one chroma, pile of chroma or whatever. The Picto was the real reward. In media res, we learned it on everybody. And now the whole team can take 4 hits before going down at the beginning of any fight. It really works well with inverted, and also the one that makes you do more damage on the first hit while also taking more damage on the first hit, because you're not going to take any damage on the first hit regardless. You know? I went back to the Gestural Village. I don't remember why. Why did I come back here? Oh, because I had to go get the roots. So now I'm hunting out the roots. Oh my gosh.
63rd, Damier. Damn it! I can't believe we crashed into this. Whatever this massive thing is. So much for Gerald's vaunted reinforced front plates. I can't believe we have to abandon the cars already. We're nowhere close to the Paintress. I'll definitely have a concussion. I could have sworn I saw some gestrels running out of that thing. I'm definitely hallucinating. Damn it, Hector. I told you to slow down!
Okay.
Monoco, get ready. Maximum damage.
So the most significant of the blue routes to break is the one in Stonewave Cliffs. This allows you to fight the Chromatic Gault. Let me tell you, this is a cool fight. It's hard as hell. So how's this work? Well, he does really weirdly timed attacks that even with my shield system is just tough to deal with. He changes the timing too. He has several different versions of the attack that have different timings. So you can't just get used to one combo. You cannot dodge, you can only parry. Everyone's bound for this fight. I thought everyone was bound. Looks like only Mael is. But it doesn't matter. You might as well be bound for how this fight works. You can see how strong Corpezo is, right? Corpezo is amazing. So I'm basically doing the same strategy, but I'm being extremely defensive here with Monoco. Because there's going to come a part in the fight where you no longer get turns. So the number of shields you have put up is all you're ever going to get after that part of the fight. It's around half health. What happens is you can only damage the Gault by countering him after a certain point. So you do have to perfectly master the fight in order to beat it.
Careful now.
There's pretty much no other way to do it. Burn is pretty good too, because you'll get a few extra attacks between all the Gault's turns. So of course Corpezo and Rain of Fire are going to do a lot of work here. He's weak to fire, too, at that. Now, I just realized if I had Breaking Counter, I might have been able to stop him, even in the second phase. But, hey, it is what it is, right? Yeah, Monoco's really just playing defense in this fight.
A bit of violence, yes. Maximum damage. It likes you. Incoming. Cut him down.
Verso, dodge!
Favorite part.
Watch out.
Ready to parry. This and precision.
Cut him down.
And there we go. Even the burn took him out. Tainted is a decent ability. It has good stats. We start with inverted, so Tainted compounds with that. But, you know, otherwise, unless you're setting yourself up to start with status effects, its actual ability has some kind of limited usefulness. But it has good stats, so it might be good for that. And just like an extra nice-to-have ability, if you've got extra Lumina. You shouldn't ever have extra Lumina. There should be more things you want to put on your build than you ever have Lumina before, honestly. Then we have the second Gestural Beach. This one, we play a weird, freaky-deaky game of volleyball where we bat children back and forth with explosions. Kind of funny. Because the child Gestrals volunteered to do it. I don't have much to say about this. I lost the first time on the easiest one, and then I did all three right afterwards with no trouble. It's not nearly as tough as the parkour Gestural Beach.
Viboture kowa mila. Mida gororito tesu kima bataro mutasusu. Kipotula kima sarobeno. Dita ke tomato. Pasulilat seme. Vibotur. Geli saraki potula. Yine viva. Nisomo pasulila. Taro mutasusu makoroto. Venivo, umpa. Kipotula. Gelis. Niso mo mi bumbo tiro la que. Yine viva. Fosseri.
So there's a very easy to miss area called the Crushing Caves. Very, very easy to miss because it's near another gate. It's near the Lost Woods one, so like it's overlapping with it, so you might not even notice it on the map. But definitely is kind of a unique area. Crushing Cavern. Sorry. Crushing Cavern, not Crushing Cave. Basically, there's this enemy, and it's almost like a pseudo-Doom counter you have. You have to win the fight in a certain number of rounds, or you get automatically crushed. But by this point, I've fought a couple really strong enemies, and I'm got Corpezo, and you know, I'm too strong for this thing, right? You're probably meant to run into this thing around this. Like, I mean, you're meant to run into this thing without having done the danger areas, or the chromatics that are clearly higher level. But I did, so I am.
Oh well.
This is interesting in that it's a boss fight. That isn't a chromatic boss fight, but also doesn't give Monoco an ability. He just put exhaust on you, which I didn't see the attack coming, so I didn't dodge it at all. So that really makes the Doom much tougher if you don't have the damage. But I do have Ramashir Bonk. That's what I do have. And if stun prevents the countdown from working, then this fight just got easier, huh?
Ready to strike.
There's something just about, like, pumping all of your AP into shots and just shooting, and then going crazy with Corpezo. Like, you actually do so much damage doing that.
Here we go.
And you're raising your rank quite a bit. If you can get yourself to B rank and do Assault 0, that'll do more damage. But, yeah, this guy didn't really stand a chance. As you can see, I'm very green mask heavy with Monoco. I find those abilities really good. So, Solidifying, +2 shields when your health falls below 50% once per battle. This is a cool ability. It does not work within media res. Well, it will. It will work, but it doesn't trigger at the beginning of a fight within media res because it has to be below 50, not at 50. So basically, you would have to get hit 3 times and then hit again without dying, and then you would get 2 shields. If you also have the Survivor... Yeah, if you had the Survivor Picto, it would work well. If you have in media res, Survivor, and Solidifying, those 3 combo with each other. That would give you 6 hits before you go down. Damn. I haven't actually done that. I just realized that doing commentary, that it would combine with Survivor. And here's your reward. He's pretty cool looking. Finisher. We haven't ran into a regular version of this. Recovery. 10% health on turn start. For some builds, that might be really good. It just has nothing to do with how I'm playing. So it felt like a big waste of chroma on my part. Then we have another painting workshop. There's not much to say about this. Like, nothing happens except you walk down to another thing and connect another one of these little lines. This area is kind of underwhelming. They really should have gave you more for each visit if they're going to have you come here a bunch of times.
Vanson, 48th. He wouldn't listen. Just kept running everyone into the ground. He acted as if he was the only true believer. That we had to trust him. 5 dead, and he wanted to double down. Thomas, not so subtly insinuated that Jean should be relieved of duty. Mutiny. Something I'd never have countenanced. Yet I have a duty to them too. It's It's a gutting realization. What has to be done? The mission is too important. The team is too important. We can't just throw our lives away for nothing. I hate that it came to this. But he broke our trust. Under Expedition Code 23, Jean Fournier is hereby relieved of duty. I, Vincent Constantine, have assumed command and have designated Thomas Flegov as lieutenant.
And then we have a white Nevron that is a troubadour. Sorry. And he's got a little fun mini game. It's red light, green light. It's you parry or dodge the green lights and the red lights, and you let the green ones hit you. It doesn't sound too complicated, but you know, in the moment you can be a little trigger happy. I do love his little animations. I do love the little trumpeter animations.
Just try it.
Doop doop. Now, having half health with Verso actually made this a little dangerous, because if I failed, I probably would die.
Just try it. Well,
He's not doing a lot of damage, but I don't have that much health either.
not impressed. Just try it. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on.
See, I got hit by a red one. It did way more damage. Now I'm actually in a dangerous range of health. And since I got hit, I have to do the whole thing over.
Not impressed. Not impressed. Just try it. Just try it. Oh well.
Also, I don't think you should be countering. I think you'll kill him if you counter and you're too strong. So that's definitely not the way to do it.
Just try it. Bring it on.
I like how he does this little flip in slow motion. It's cute as hell. Alright. And then he's actually playing some jazz music for you. Or it's actually, yeah. And you get a better healing parry, which is good for some builds, I guess. Frostivek. Okay, this guy was a little tougher than you'd expect. But he's got an ability for Monoco, so he cannot be ignored. He's basically the Avec fight, but with a couple extra hits on some of his attacks. Like his spear to the ground attack has after effect explosions and stuff like that. He was a bit tougher than I actually expected, honestly. Also, the Avec ability feels really underwhelming on Monoco. Don't know how else to put it. I don't feel like it measures up to other green attacks. If it was like maybe an agile attack, it would be good.
It likes you.
Also, up to this point, I really haven't gotten another good weapon with Monoco. I've still been using the base weapon he starts with. I think the ones that start you on a specific mask are probably the best because they're the most predictable when it comes to implementing a strategy. But I could definitely see some of the other ones. I've looked at the list of his weapons. They could be good. But by the end of this video, we'll finally have a better weapon for Monoco.
Cut him down.
This will hurt. Finesse and precision.
My, what lovely feet.
Let's dance.
Let's carve a path.
Let's spill some ink. Finesse and precision. Ready to parry. On me.
Gross Tet. Okay. This is a minigame. This isn't an actual boss. This is just a parrying minigame. If you can parry him for 12 rounds, he will self-destruct. You can technically kill him with a late game party, but there's no real reason to wait. All you gotta do is parry him for 12 rounds. His timing is not that tough. Really, what you need to do is focus your eyes on the upper part of the screen and wait for his rock to descend. Like, to make the stop motion to descend. And that's the timing to parry. Don't wait for the rock to come down to you. Watch the mid-screen instead of your characters, and you'll be able to parry him pretty effectively. I would have Monoco just cast Crawler Barrier, because he does attack a lot near the final rounds, and the timing can vary just a tiny bit and throw you off. So don't make yourself die on round 11 or 12. Give yourself some shields with Monoco. You're not going to kill him, so there's no real point to do attack abilities. I was just kind of just doing them to do them.
Ready to parry. Ready to parry.
Watch out, Mael. Time for mayhem. Let's have some fun. Your turn to dance.
The dance begins.
At the end of the day, I did like, I don't know, 10% of his health before he gave up and exploded. But hey, you still get full experience. You still get warming up, which is a really good Picto. 25% more damage by turn 5. If you pair this with Inverted, it means that as Inverted is wearing off, you're getting a skill to replace the damage output you're losing, which is really cool. Past him are some more white Nevrons. These guys want to challenge you to a fight, and then they have a shop with some, I don't know if they were any new weapons, but they were upgrades to existing weapons, which probably cost less than the catalyst to improve them, you know? So basically, you just need to fight these guys. They're not like a particularly hard fight or anything. And then you'll get a nice shop to spend some money on. I think I bought them out. I think I had enough money at a point before I was done recording that I could buy them out.
A bit of violence, yes. Foolish move. You're outmatched.
Finesse and precision.
Oh, what to choose? Ready to strike.
Okay. Okay, back to Monoco Station. So, I'm gonna talk to a bunch of the dudes here. The most important is the guy that gives me the quest. This guy wants me. So basically, the guy with the quest wants me to go get an item from the in-game Frozen Heart area. We had to get some costumes for a fashionista guy. We had to switch to each character to do it, but it basically works the same way. You don't even really need. Just pick the longest line. Pick the most verbose answer, and he'll like it. The Grandis are cool, but since they only ever appear in this area, they're kind of limited compared to the Gestrals. Because we see the Gestrals all over the place for the merchants and stuff.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandes retreated to higher ground after Neverons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
So when you go into the upper area here, it's not immediately terrible, and there's a guy to point you towards Old Lumiere, which is the actual progress, which obviously we're going to do when we get back to streaming. We're going to go to Old Lumiere. But there is an area called the Carousel here. This is not a dangerous area. There aren't enemies here. So actually feel free to just, you know, drop on by and do this if you feel like it. Basically, it's just a little area with a dude in it. And if you help him out by getting the carousel running, he'll give Maëlle a French bob that makes her look a little bit too much like Sophie. So I didn't really like looking at it. So back to the ponytail for me. But it's not a bad haircut, but it's definitely the same exact haircut as Sophie in a different color. It's just weird.
have we here?
Okay, the Frozen Hearts. This is an end-game area. Like, this is clearly an end-game. Maybe it's like the first area they want you to do in Act 3 or something like that. It's clearly an end-game area, and I know that because of how much my level went up just doing it.
Why?
So the level is kind of like an exponential difference in how much EXP they give, and an exponential curve to how much it requires to level up. So an area is always going to tend you towards the level that you are supposed to be at. You know what I mean? So by fighting there's a lot of fights here, and I did all of them. And I ended around level 60 something, around level 60. So that tells you how much farther into the game they expect you to be when you're doing this. But I was down for the challenge, you know? So the gimmick here is the enemies have fire and ice forms, and they absorb one element and get double damage from the other, and they shift forms after you do enough damage in one of them. So the trick here is that Verso's really awesome weapon I've been using is kind of useless half the time, because half the time he'll heal enemies. While my ult can already also do fire damage, and I didn't have a strong source of ice damage. So I'm only going to show the first fights against the different enemy types here, because these all feel like mini-bosses. They're all strong, and all of them gave me Monoco abilities too. The Dancer does like this cool shot type attack. The Paladins have like a delayed move. The Hammer dudes are the toughest. They have a weird attack chain, and then they create these orbs that you have to parry based off sound cue. And it seems like they'll keep doing it until they've landed a hit. So you can keep countering for a long time if you don't get hit. I think. Sometimes I felt like they did it twice, and then in other fights I felt like they just kept going and going and going as I countered. So I don't know how exactly they work, but that's just kind of the impression I got. I don't have a tremendous amount to say. I'll end up getting a weapon for Verso after one or two of the fights here called Laesco, and it'll be in the level 20s, and so I switch him to that so that we can take advantage of the elemental difference. I don't think its skills are particularly useful, but it's a high-level weapon that did the right damage type.
Just try it.
But generally cool area, no pun intended. Fun enemies, I like the mechanic for the area.
Watch out.
Now that I've done it, I don't really feel like I have to worry about running into a bunch of fire or ice absorbing enemies. I feel like this is the height of your element is canceled, the area. So now I feel a little bit less nervous about that because I already went and did it.
Ready to strike.
The music's also really good here.
That's more like it.
On me.
Just try it. Cut him down. What to choose? Watch out! Let's go again. That's more like it.
Blades sharp.
Let's finish this. Just try it. Bring it on. Let's have some fun. Don't die next time. I'd love a dance.
Thibaut, Expedition 51. Shortly after dawn, death was a kindness, for Maxim was in a great deal of pain. Pain we could not help him carry. Tomorrow comes, and it comes for us all. May it bring you the gift of peace, and not just the gift of sorrow. No one else will ever understand. Not the way my fellow expeditioners understand. Maxim, Clement, Fabienne, William, Carla. We're bound by something deeper than blood or love. There is a shared unity, a shared trust, born from all we've been through. We carry each other's lives in our hands. There is no greater intimacy. I'm no longer lost. I know exactly who I am now, and exactly what I'm capable of. Life is not easy. Life was never easy. But we have each other, and that makes all the difference.
Oh yeah, there's also a white Nevron in the area that is a dancer that's teaching their apprentices, and you have to do a perfect counter challenge against this white Nevron, specifically with Lune, who is much weaker than my main characters right now. But since you have to do a perfect counter anyway, her actual strength doesn't matter that much. And you get a cool costume for her that I feel like is a little bit... It doesn't blend well enough with the rest of the areas or the game or the party. I have trouble using costumes that don't feel like the character would normally wear them, you know? I just think Lune's Gommage costume and hair setup are just the best out of all of the characters. It just fits really well. So... Ah, yes, there's also a chromatic boss next to a mansion door here. We haven't fought the normal version of this dude. His gimmick is that he puts blight on the party as part of a non-turn action every round.
That's more like it.
Which would matter so much if he wasn't a one-hit kill and I had shields. He also does, kind of, not perfectly easy to judge parry timings. So, despite how it looks, he put up quite a challenge. Oh, he removes your shields, too. That's the other part. Monoco basically has to constantly be putting his shields up. You can break his lantern to undo blight, but there's no point because he's applying it every round anyway. And he's a one-hit kill. Very sturdy guy. I think this was another one of the, like, 20-minute fights. I mean, he's a chromatic enemy in an in-game area. What did I expect, right? But hey, we put up a good fight. Did we no damage this fight? Let's see. I think we do. Getting hit with shields doesn't count. It has to be actual damage.
What to choose?
Watch out!
Yeah, we did no damage. We do no damage this fight. He does give you an interesting pick, though, that seems limited. 1 AP upon applying burn, so that's 1 AP per turn. You have to apply the burn, though, so you've used your turn unless you have 2 turns. And you get 1 AP, and I don't know if it's worth the Lumina cost. Inside the actual manor, there's a song for Clair, about Clair, a couple rooms, nothing crazy, really. Again, I wish there were fewer manor entrances, and they just each had more of the rooms combined. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a nothing burger. Then there's a big long climb I don't have on camera because it's not that exciting. And we get to the boss for the area. Oh, we also get a really sick costume for Versa from a merchant, it looks like. That is so purposely one of Clive's outfits from Final Fantasy 16. It's so obvious. Then we have this cool-ass frozen train boss. It's a bunch of train tracks and a train all wrapped, frozen together. Gargant, which I think is a reference to FF9, like the Gargant Rue. Unless Gargant is just a French word for shuttle or train or something. Very possible, because the Gargants are in Trino, which is like a French-inspired area in FF9. I've got no clue. I don't know French. But this is quite a fight. So this boss alternates between ice and fire, like the other enemies. He's got a lot of tough attacks. And he has the ability to freeze characters unless you equip a Picto to stop it, which you absolutely should. In this fight, I started to really take advantage of Steeled Strike, because with the damage cap limit, it really is the best damage source in the game for where I am. Also, alternating between Rain of Fire and Pyrolyze. Now that I have that is really good. So, Monoco's just kind of doing a lot of his support stuff, while also using his gradient charges for extra damage. Verso is, depending on, you know, the phase that boss is in, doing Steel Strike when the opportunity seems safe. And Mael is switching between Rain of Fire and Pyrolyze. The way my team order happens, it allows for those two to alternate between the two stages without absorbing too much. But healing the enemy too much, except if someone goes down or like I don't have the AP to do something. Which is rare because this boss hits so many times that you should usually be max AP. Which also keeps your gradient charges up and allows a Monoco to contribute damage pretty easily too. Again, another 20-minute fight against a, you know, million+ HP enemy with the damage cap on that I am just kicking ass at.
Prepare for oblivion. My favorite part. Monoco, get ready. coming. That's better.
The dance begins. Okay. Ready to parry.
Let's carve a path. That's better.
En garde. You can't escape. The dance begins. Finesse and precision.
Violence. What lovely feet. Get ready. Prepare for oblivion.
Okay.
Foolish move.
And rip. Flames that rain.
them down.
Blades sharp. Witness the flames.
Careful now.
A bit of violence, yes.
That's better. Didn't really need it.
Let's dance.
Didn't really need it.
Time to hit big. Flames rain.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Time to end this. Prepare for oblivion.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Let's have some fun. That's better. Would have lived. Didn't really need it.
It likes you. Oh, really?
Let's have some fun.
On me.
That's better. Monoco, get ready. Ready to strike. That's better. Good stuff.
Time to bleed. What to choose? That's more like it. Watch out, Mael. Monoco, get ready.
I'm ready. Flames, I'm ready.
Cut him down. Just try it. It likes you. My favorite part. Maximum damage. Prepare for oblivion.
Ready to parry.
Foolish move. Didn't really fit.
fight was so tough. Let's take the Eternal Eyes back to Monoco Station.
So, our reward is a shop full of great stuff. The thing I really want to point out is the Grandaro weapon for Monoco here. And what it does is it starts you on Heavy Mask. It gives you a bunch of buffs for Heavy Mask. That means I can start most fights with, like, Glaze Quake. Which is just crazy. Right? That's just crazy. It also makes Monoco a bit sturdier, which is good because he's our healer and support caster. And I figured what better way to cap off this Monocan quest for power than to take on that big old boy in the ocean, Sprung. Sprung is pretty tough. He is pretty tough. But really, we're just combining everything we've learned so far. Monoco is applying shields to make the party sturdier. I'm using Corpezo with Verso, throwing in shots and then going for the biggest hit I can do based on my ranking. Sometimes it's Assault 0 if I'm at B rank, sometimes it's just a couple regular hits to build burn, sometimes it's Steeled Strike when I feel like I've gotten the combos of the boss down enough. And let me tell you, without Steeled Strike, this fight would have taken even longer than the half-hour plus it already did. You really do want to do that 130,000 damage through it from max hitting everything. And my L switches between Rain of Fire and Pyrolyze to do as much damage as possible. We get through this fight pretty decently. So when he does his little laser attacks, the light ones have a chance to stun, and the purple ones have a chance to exhaust. And those are the hardest timing to parry of all his attacks, so which sucks because if someone gets stunned and then he does like the 7-hit combo, they're just dead. There's no way to have enough shields on them for them to survive that. So no damaging this is way harder, even with the shields. So I didn't do that, but I did do it with surprisingly little character deaths, I would say. His attacks get a little bit stronger, a little bit more hits the farther into the fight you go, but his actual pattern stays the same. Also, when you stun him, by the way, Raunchier Bonk is great for this fight. When you stun him, he seems to lose 2 turns, and it tells you which attacks he doesn't do. So he doesn't, like, he doesn't resume his attack pattern, he just skips the next 2 attacks he would have done. So stunning him is actually very good. He has high break damage, so you pretty much have to use Raunchier Bonk in order to do it. So I throw those in along the way. I even tried to time them for about the time that Verso puts him at half HP, because I was expecting some half HP retaliation attack. I don't know if he has one, but I didn't let him do it.
Maximum damage. oblivion.
On guard.
Your turn to shine. What to choose?
Time to end this.
Violence.
Prepare for oblivion.
Ready to parry.
Let's carve a path.
Let's dance.
Careful now.
Okay. Time to hit big.
Time to end this. Prepare for oblivion.
On guard. Flames. Rain.
What to choose?
Ready to strike.
Let's dance.
My favorite part.
My turn. Prepare for oblivion. Not impressed. oblivion. Watch out, my owl. So much power.
Witness the flames.
Watch out, my owl. Time to bleed. My cup is full. Incoming. Maximum damage. Prepare for oblivion.
Blades sharpened. Okay.
What to choose? Ready to strike.
Witness the flames.
Time to end this. Prepare for oblivion. It likes you. What to choose? Now's my favorite part.
The dance begins.
So much power.
spill some ink. Witness the flame.
Let's have some fun. Prepare for oblivion. A bit of violence, yes.
I'm ready.
It likes you. Cut him down. Oh well.
Finesse and
So much power. What lovely feet. Hunt him down.
And Mael ends the fight with a Pyrolyze. And take a look at that battle loot. We ended up level 61, but look at the Picto that we get for beating Sprong. Well, probably never going to use Dualiso again with that, huh? Because now Corpezo can act twice, which is just insane to think about what that's going to mean. Almost 4 million HP, 32 minutes. Woof. Well, I've broken my limits. I think when we resume playing the main game, I might be putting a multiplier on the enemy health, because that's something they've added in the interim since we were last streaming the game, which is great timing. At the very least, I'm probably going to want to put that on so I can see what the bosses actually do instead of erasing them. Because boy, goddamn, did Monoco complete his quest for power. Alright, I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Have a good one.